role of Sean Diddy Combs, and that includes not only old interviews that Combs himself did on various talk shows and the TV hosts, but also what other A-list celebrities have said about the whole media. Now, if you've been following the story, you know that Sean Combs is currently locked up in the Metropolitan Detention Center, a notoriously violent and dirty detention center out in Brooklyn that's plagued with violence, drug smuggling. I mean, it just got raided by the feds at massive super. The Combs, he's sitting there because he's accused of being the head of a criminal enterprise that used his power, money, influence to organize large, pre-planned sex performances referred to as freak-offs. According to a civil lawsuit that he settled with ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura, as well as the indictment from the Southern District of New York, Combs would have his employees bring in drugs and prostitutes and have sex with whoever Combs wanted. Ventura claims that Combs used various drugs like marijuana and ecstasy to keep her compliant, forced her to perform sex acts with these sex workers on film. Now, while these so-called freak-offs are at the center of federal racketeering and sex trafficking charges in certain cases, Combs' parties in general are what he's been known for over the years. It seems there's been no open secret in Hollywood and beyond. A Diddy party was bound to not only be swanky and exclusive, but also pretty wild. To be clear, though, not necessarily criminal, right? There could be wild parties where there were no crimes that were being committed, but they were wild. They were interesting. Let me just say this again, to be very clear. As we sit here today, Sean Combs is innocent. He is innocent until proven guilty. And he hasn't been found liable either in any lawsuit that he faced, but yes, we'll see where it goes. But I want to go back to the party. Combs was famous, of course, for his white party, these massive celebrations, everybody's wearing white attire, all the celebrities come out. Aside from all the politicians, movie stars, the record label executives, Combs also had a lot of relationships with people in that industry. And that included with young artists that he seemingly plucked out of experience and thrust onto the main stage of the music world. One of those people is Machine Gun Kelly. And Machine Gun Kelly, his real name is Colson Baker, now just goes by MGK, he released 4 mixtapes before he signed on officially with Sean Combs' Bad Boy Records, which operated under Interscope Records back in 2011. His debut studio album was a massive success, rose to the top of the charts. Since then, his style has bounced back and forth between rock, hip-hop. He's gone on several tours alongside artists like Avril Lavigne, Justin Bieber, Young Thug. It's safe to say working with Sean Combs helped launch his career. By the way, I have to say, I think I spend about 80% of my day working on sidebar stories like this, and I'm constantly in a rush. I'm constantly working on this, and it's a great thing. We love doing it, but that day-to-day can be a lot. And we have this awesome app that we're now using. It's actually provided, I think the best way to say it is an upside to my day-to-day. It's actually called Upside, perfectly named. Why? Because it's a free app that when you're buying your daily essentials like gas, groceries, food, it can get you cash back, real money that appears in your Upside app that you can then transfer right into your bank account. Look, as you can see here, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer. I paid with my credit card, followed the steps on the app. I got cash back. And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places that you go to every day, restaurants, convenience stores. To find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. And make sure to use our promo code SIDEBAR, and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. 9 years ago, in 2015, MGK sat down with Sean Evans for the show Hot Ones on the First Week Feast YouTube channel. Now, if you haven't seen the show, it's awesome. Evans interviews celebrities that they do hotter and hotter wings. It's really funny, really uncomfortable. It's a really interesting way to do an interview. Unfortunately, I have no snacks. No one's eating here at a long time. Anyway, Evans asks MGK about his experience as a kid and what his first taste of and what is a very lavish lifestyle. What was that like? And MGK says, well, Sean Combs invited him to come out to Las Vegas to party with him, and it was something. And what he says is, we get there, he has the biggest suite in the Palms, there's waterfalls in his room, there's an effing river in his room. He's like, all right, we're going to go out. That's how he said it. He said, we're going to go out. I'm like, I'm 20 years old. MGK, shut the F up, let's go to the effing club. So we go to the club, get into every single club, it's New Year's Eve. This mother effer, he takes me to 9 effing clubs in one night. 9 effing clubs. 4 is crazy. You know what I'm saying? This is 9 effing clubs. So this speaks not only to the opulent lifestyle that Holmes was living, but also to the influence he had, right? Sean Combs, one of the biggest music producers and artists in the world. He has his own clothing line. He deals with liquor brands. He's appearing in movies, TV shows. It's a big deal. It seems that whatever Combs wanted, he got. As a prosecutor, the idea was to be but after MGK, he claims Combs ordered around 30 bottles of liquor at each club, and they allegedly went to 9 clubs over a 2-day period without sleeping. In the interview, he said, 270 bottles. I don't know where those went. Confetti everywhere, women everywhere, 9 stops over. I'm like, I'm poop, man. You know what I mean? Peace out. You going to sleep? No, we're not going to effing sleep. And this lasted for 2 effing days, and I didn't see him sleep one time. Remember getting to the Greek? That was this mother effer. Now, it's interesting that MGK mentioned getting to the Greek, which Combs started with Jonah Hill and Russell Brand, and he actually portrayed a record label owner. And in the movie, there are several scenes that come across differently than Combs' charges. For example, in one scene, Combs, whose character's name is Sergio Roma, seemingly assigns sexual partners.
Listen, you're gonna go and have sex with him right now. Aaron, go with your destiny.
And remember, there are allegations against Diddy, basically accusing him of being a sort of puppet master when it comes to these sexual performances. There's another scene in the movie that shows Brand and Hill's characters literally trying to escape from a chaotic party while Sergio Roma, Sean Combs, chases them down a hallway. What's scary about that is the leaked security video from 2016 showing Combs chasing his then girlfriend Cassandra Ventura down a hotel hallway in only a towel, eventually catching up to her in a bank of elevators and assaulting her, hitting her, kicking her, dragging her multiple times. According to Cassie's now settled lawsuit against Combs, she was trying to get away from a free guard. When CNN released the surveillance video earlier this year, Combs apologized in an Instagram video saying he was wearing his actions. And this isn't even the only time a guest on Hot Ones was asked about Combs. Because if you go back to 2019, actor Ashton Kutcher appeared on the show. You might remember that he and Sean Combs, they were friends for years after they both worked on shows at MTV in the early 2000s. And he refers to the relationship as bizarre, and he tried to think of a story that he held evidence. He just kept saying, I've got a lot, I can't tell you that one. Kutcher, by the way, has never commented publicly about the accusation against his friend and his family friend. But I am joined right now by attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell to talk more about this. Natalie, so good to see you. Thanks for coming on. I love having you on to talk about all the cases, but also about the cases in particular because there's so many different elements to it. What do you make of this interview from MGK almost 10 years ago? Do you think it's relevant? Do you think it's interesting? What do you think?
Thank you so much for having me. I love being on the show. I think relevant and interesting are understatements. It's definitely interesting and certainly relevant. Actually, I was quite surprised when I watched the interview for how many things that MGK said that kind of correlated with things seen in Cassie's lawsuit and the indictment against him by the feds. So I do think it's very relevant, and there were quite a bit of things in there that raised some alarms for me. You know, I'm a little skeptical of us combing through everyone that's ever spoken about Diddy ever, because he's one of the most famous and influential people in the United States. So people are going to interact with him and open up stories about him. But this story was particularly actually alarming and I think informative when it comes to the underlying cases here.
What stood out to you? What was alarming to you?
Yeah, so first and foremost, Machine Gun Kelly says that he was 20 years old when Diddy had him fly out to Las Vegas. He was not old enough to drink. He was old enough to fly out on his own, old enough to participate in essentially whatever sex he wanted to participate in. But he was not old enough for Diddy to be, furnishing him mountains of champagne. Also, as to the issue of consent, Machine Gun Kelly says that eventually the party goes on so long, it gets so crazy, he wants to go home. And he gives him something, and he feels as though he's been up partying for days, right? After whatever it is that he's given. He doesn't know exactly what it is that he's And I don't think it's any secret that to this day, Machine Gun Kelly has expressed maybe not a current, but an ongoing struggle with addiction issues. So to take someone who's 20 years old and put them in that circumstance and put him in a situation where maybe even he doesn't quite realize what he's doing or what's going on, parallels what Kathy was alleging and what other people have alleged in the lawsuits against him and what the federal government has alleged against him. And because this is a legal case, which would have more evidence about an ongoing course of conduct over time, as in there's a pattern of behavior that leads to this racketeering. Even though this is something that happened 10 years ago, this might actually be directly relevant to the case to show that behavior of having people participate in sex acts and dehydrating them and sleep depriving them and drugging them to the point where they don't actually know what they're doing. And all of those little factors, dehydration, sleep deprivation, and drugging, were all mentioned by Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah, and to be clear, I mean, I don't think you made a direct reference earlier. I was part of a freak off or anything like that. But and there's a difference between wild parties and freak offs. You know, I did a whole other episode about this, about freak offs in general. And it's the idea of the commercial sex workers, it's the forced fraud coercion, it's the copious amounts of drugs that elevate this to that place, not just through sex, but crime. But having said that, you know, it's interesting to see whether or not something like this would play a role in a case like this. Do you think, because again, how expansive do prosecutors want to be? They say we're only going to focus on freak offs, so we're going to have to talk about other parties where things happen. Because if you look at the indictment, it's mostly about freak offs.
The indictment is very edited, very conservative, I think is a good way to put it. And I think the prosecutors are very clear about not really so much judging a lifestyle, but judging the lack of consent. So in reality, this probably would not be introduced in the trial itself, but it's certainly aggravating if there was a sentencing, for example. If you can, bring 20-year-olds out to Vegas and giving them drugs and they don't even know what it is and telling them to keep going, they're tired and they want to stop, that wouldn't be so good to hear in a sentencing, for example. So yeah, I agree with you.
Let me amplify that. So this is what happened. He said he smoked something that didn't do him. And he was about to go to the airport and he wanted something to knock him out of the flight. And he said it did the opposite. He said, I was doing crazy dance moves to the weirdest music for 20 minutes straight, like while he was on the phone, and I was just outside the window looking in while he was looking at me like, man, this kid's nuts. But again, it's really because there are allegations that Sean Holmes drugged people. And, when you hear that, that doesn't look good.
The context in which he's speaking about it is, I'm a young kid, I'm having fun at this crazy party, I'm down on my luck, right? He says he's sleeping at his manager's mom's sofa or something. He's down on his luck, he doesn't know what his next move is, and Sean P. Diddy Combs says, come to Vegas and come to this party. It is an already coercive environment. You add into that, or at least a power imbalance, right? Even if he wants to be there, you add into that, I think I'm taking one drug because I want to go home. He gives me another drug that forces me to stay. I think that is actually problematic when it comes to the issue of consent and also informed consent when it comes to whatever substances people are taking. And although it's not a one-to-one, correlation, it's eerie, right? And it's kind of like a foreshadowing that this doesn't seem healthy or necessarily safe. Now, is it legal? Different question, but it doesn't seem healthy and safe. So I think it's interesting.
Do you think that prosecutors already do this story? What do I mean by that? A big question I keep getting asked is, who are they talking to? How many celebrities are they talking to? Are they talking to anybody that went to a Diddy party? Are they talking to everybody that went to a freak off? I mean, this is an interesting story from MD, but I don't know. We're talking about how it might play in the case. Do you think he spoke to him? I mean, would we know that? Do you think his testimony is relevant? Even if they just speak to him about information about Sean Combs, he may never be called as a witness, right? So, do you think that somebody like Machine Gun Kelly has spoken to prosecutors?
There's the interplay here between the legal system and culture, and within the hip hop community, there is a no snitching rule, right? So voluntarily speaking to law enforcement, I don't think as much of that is happening in this case because at the press conference, the prosecutor said, if anyone has any further information, please come forward. They want to talk to people. I don't know if people necessarily talk. So without calling them to the stand to testify, placing them under subpoena, giving them the opportunity to, have an attorney to try to quash that subpoena, I would see someone like MGK being volunteering to come forward and to speak to law enforcement or the prosecutors without being forced to do so. And I think that might apply to a lot of people, especially if they don't know if they could potentially have some type of criminal liability.
I guess my question is different than like if I was a documentary filmmaker and I wanted to learn everything about Trump, like I interview as many people as possible. When you're a prosecutor, you don't need to interview every celebrity that you know, every person that parties with them. You have to be kind of controlled and be conservative with respect to those charges and those allegations to prove that specific charge. But I also wonder, I was saying, let's speak to more people and maybe there's more criminal conduct we could charge them with.
I think, okay, so I guess I would say, I think it would be smart to attempt to do that. I think that any law enforcement official in a case of this scope should try to do that. But I think that given the code of silence in the hip hop community, that they would run into issues and they would have a hard time with that. It makes me think of the YSL trial, which was a RICO case that was not conservative. It should have been more conservative, should have been whittled down a bit more. And they went out and they got everybody, gave everyone immunity. And then when they got people on the stand, no one wanted to testify because no one really wants to snitch, right? So that's the kind of issues that the prosecutors could run into. And maybe they'll learn from those mistakes in Georgia and say, you know what?
Everybody, Chris here. So everybody buy $10 worth of Dogecoin today. Monday, November 18th. We're going to talk about that in this video. Please be sure to subscribe to my channel. Hit that little notification bell too. Be notified when new videos come out as well. At your live stream, and we did have an epic 5-hour live stream on Sunday. That's right. A lot to talk about. Was charted Doge and whether it was going to break out of that bull pennant. It did, kind of. We'll take a look at that as well. But we got a lot to talk about, so let's get into it. The charts in the news, I'll show you them. We start here looking at the current Dogecoin chart, and here we are at 36 cents. That's right. This is where we were. Pretty much all day Sunday. Here's the breakout that we had on Sunday night, and my price prediction on that breakout was that Doge would go much higher, come back and retest that downward support line, which was resistance, retest it and move higher. Happening a little faster, Doge didn't quite move up with as much of a pump as I had predicted, but it is following that trend where Bitcoin is doing the same thing. Bitcoin did have the dip, and we had charted that dip during the live stream. Bitcoin continued up higher and then has retraced back. So Bitcoin back below 90K, and that is pulling a lot of other cryptos down. Algorand and on a huge run yesterday, starting to really wake up, but having a little pullback as well because Bitcoin kind of takes over there. So that's what's going on. But we've been talking about this buying $10 worth of Dogecoin, and I'm going to be doing that today. Again, this is from this Reddit post that we've been talking about, and even John Doge is saying that the Doge Reddit thread created, and retail investors are buying some Dogecoin. So what is going on? Everybody buy $10 worth of Dogecoin. If there are 2 million subscribers on Reddit, then the price would go parabolic, blah, blah, blah. Sounds kind of like the Wall Street Bets GME short squeeze back in 2021. Again, this is purely for entertainment purposes. Please do not invest thinking this is an exact replica of that situation. Entertainment purposes. But I'm going to be buying, I'm going to tell everyone exactly when. It's going to be 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock noon, East Coast time. That is 11 o'clock Central time in the United States. And that would be, of course, 9 o'clock Pacific Coast time. So that's when I'm going to be buying, and I'm actually going to be doing 10 purchases of Doge. Tell everyone. So what is going on? Everybody buy $10 worth of Dogecoin. If there are 2 million subscribers on Reddit, then the price would go parabolic, blah, blah, blah. Sounds kind of like the Wall Street Bets GME short squeeze back in 2021. Again, This is purely for entertainment purposes. Please do not invest thinking this is an exact replica of that situation. Entertainment purposes. But I'm going to be buying tell everyone exactly when. It's going to be 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock noon, East Coast time. That is 11 o'clock Central time in the United States. And that would be, of course, 9 o'clock Pacific Coast time. So that's when I'm going to be buying, and I'm actually going to be doing 10 purchases of Doge in $10 amounts. That's what I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. This is for entertainment purposes only. Don't expect a huge pump in the price of Dogecoin. This is for fun. Why November 18th? Well, initially there was going to be a SpaceX Starship launch. That got pushed to the 19th. That's actually going to be tomorrow. But we do kind of think that Jared Jensen may be resigning today, or maybe it's just because it's a Monday. We just had a nice weekend, and we're looking for a Dogecoin pump and want to have a little fun at it as well. So that's what that's about. So if you want to buy some Dogecoin, I mean, with Bitcoin's price coming down and Doge also coming back down a little bit in price, why not buy a little lower now than where it was overnight? So 38-cent Dogecoin, 36-cent Dogecoin. Who knows? Maybe it'll be in the 35s by the time it gets to noon time. The funds don't get a little lower price. There was this on Binance. Is Dogecoin ready to triple again? Expert, the full flag pattern has appeared. The next step is to challenge that point. So this was Trader Allen. He was looking at 90 cents. We had Ali looking at 85 cents. Mine was more short-term, 60 cents. So a lot of different views of what this bull pennant, bull flag is and what the potential is for Doge. We will be watching that. Ali's also saying, look, in 2020, after Bitcoin broke its previous all-time high at 19.7, it surged 26%, consolidated for a week, and then jumped to $40,000. Fast forward to today, Bitcoin has risen 28% after surpassing its previous all-time high. It's consolidating for the past 6 days. History might repeat itself. So that's where we were in 2020, right before the 2021 boom in Bitcoin. And this is what we're doing now, right here. Is this a similar thing, and how high will Bitcoin go? And of course, Dogecoin, we are looking at these big cups here, and this is playing out just like the huge cup and handle we're seeing on the overall total market cap, right around $3 trillion. We just chart a big cup and handle on that during the live stream. We'll be looking at that again on my next live stream, which will be Monday at 4 o'clock p.m. East Coast time. And we'll follow up on the whole Dogecoin $10 thing today and see what effect, if any, it might have had. But Doge deserves a 3-month candle from this point. Are you ready for this journey up for Dogecoin next? And even Blunt says nothing's changed. We just had a nice 23% dip. That was from 43 cents down to 35 cents. So we had that dip, consolidating and ready for the next move up. And Blunt says, I think this week will be a Doge week. Once the next Doge leg up starts, we start to suck liquidity out of the smaller memes again. The only reason they went so hard this week was because Doge had been chilling. We've been watching those other memes. I'll talk about foam in just a minute because that's the one I'm thinking is going to go on the next surge. But because Pepe and listed on Robinhood, that was a big thing. And so exciting still, Bonk hitting all-time highs. So a lot of things still happening on the meme side. But Doge is going to suck the liquidity right out of it. Dogecoin slipped from 43 cents. Again, that was that pullback back into that bull pennant. But holders are undeterred. We are holding. Next rally is coming. Some of you are still freaked out. Some of you thinking Doge is dropping to 28 cents or lower. Support is so there. Bitcoin still holding right around 90K. Bitcoin isn't dropping. Obviously, threats like World War III and all Sure, that stuff is out there. There's nothing you can do about that. So if you're expecting that to happen, sure. Oh, you go and buy that thing at a lower price. I think, and let me tell you what I'm doing. Place. I'm not selling mine. I'm thinking we are going higher. Dogecoin rally is imminent. Experts predict 50% surge. And this is what I've been talking about. This next, like 40 cents up to 60 cent jump. That's my next price target for Dogecoin. And then we have this other fun little story. Dogecoin co-founder proposes national Doge reserve. Yes, a national Dogecoin strategic reserve instead of Bitcoin. Why would that be? So there's all this talk about, like on Kalshi, the odds of Trump creating a national Bitcoin reserve are now up to 66%. Billy says, why not a national Dogecoin reserve? I mean, Dogecoin has garnered significant attention with Elon Musk and everything that's going on with Doge and the Department of Government Efficiency and all of that. It's like Marcus's suggestion for a national Bitcoin reserve prompts us to consider the growing role of meme coins in government financial strategy. Whether or not these ideas materialize, the rapid ascent of both Bitcoin and Doge illustrates that a U.S. Dogecoin reserve would provide a safety net against extreme price volatility and signal increased confidence among investors in the broader financial community. So, something that we will talk about going forward. This is kind of an interesting thing, right? Talking about Doge and what its place is in the future. Yes, Dogecoin reserve. I like that. I like that. We do have other coins that are moving, though. We talked about Hedera on Sunday during the live stream and watching Hedera's big run. Algorand has also just gone on a big run as well. And this is all about the whole capital gains tax for crypto companies that are based in the United States. So Algorand, Hedera, Ripple, Cardano are kind of like the biggest four that are being talked about. And there's a lot of price action going in on those. And as far as memes, a lot of them have just run. So buying bonk up at the top, I'm not doing that. I bought a bag of bonk about a year ago. And now I am on the phone bandwagon, the book of memes, because it's expecting a pump. This pump of foam is still to come. And this is the chart that we posted here on Binance on foam. Is to challenge that point. So this was Trader Allen's. He was looking at 90 cents. We had Ali looking at 85 cents. Mine was more short-term, 60 cents. So a lot of different views of what this bull pennant, bull flag is and what the potential is for Doge. We will be watching that. Ali's also saying, look, in 2020, after Bitcoin broke its previous all-time high of 19.7, it surged 26%. Consolidated for a week, and then jumped to $40,000. Fast forward to today, Bitcoin has risen 28% after surpassing its previous all-time high, been consolidating for the past 6 days. History might repeat itself. So that's where we were in 2020, right before the 2021 boom in Bitcoin, and this is what we're doing now, right here. Is this a similar thing, and how high will Bitcoin go? So, and of course, Dogecoin, we are looking at these big cups here, and this is playing out just like the huge cup and handle we're seeing on the overall total market cap, right around $3 trillion. We did chart a big cup and handle on that during the live stream. We'll be looking at that again on my next live stream, which will be Monday at 4 o'clock p.m. East Coast time, and we'll follow up on the whole Dogecoin $10 thing today and see what effect, if any, it might have had. But Doge deserves a 3 to 5 3-month candles from this point. Are you ready for this journey up for Dogecoin next? And even Blunt's, yes, Blunt says nothing's changed. We just had a nice 23% dip. That was from 43 cents down to 35 cents. So we had that dip, consolidating and ready for the next move up. And Blunt says, I think this week will be a Doge week. Once the next Doge leg up starts, probably start to suck liquidity out of the smaller memes again. The only reason they went so hard this week was because Doge had been chilling. We've been watching those other memes. I'll talk about Bohm in just a minute because that's the one I'm thinking is going to go on the next surge. But because Pepe and Rick got listed on Robinhood, that was a big thing. And so exciting still, Bonk hitting all-time highs. So a lot of things still happening on the meme side. But Doge is going to suck the liquidity right out of it. Dogecoin slips from 43 cents. Again, that was that pullback back into that bull pennant. But holders are undeterred. We are holding. Next rally is coming. Some of you are still freaked out. Some of you thinking Doge is dropping to 28 cents or lower. Support is so there. Bitcoin's still holding right around 90K. Bitcoin isn't dropping. Now there's these threats like World War III and all. Sure, that stuff is out there. There's nothing you can do about that. So if you're expecting that to happen, sure, sell all your Doge and buy back into the lower price. I can only tell you what I'm doing, right? I'm not selling mine. I'm thinking we are going higher. Dogecoin rally is imminent. Experts predict 50% surge. Again, this is what I've been talking about. This next 40 cent up to 60 cent jump. That's my next price target for Dogecoin. And then we have this other fun little story. Dogecoin co-founder proposes national Doge reserve. Yes, a national Dogecoin strategic reserve instead of Bitcoin. Why would that be? It's like there's all this talk about, like on Kalshi, the odds of Trump creating a national Bitcoin reserve are now up to 66%. But Billy says, why not a national Dogecoin reserve? I mean, Dogecoin has garnered significant attention with Elon Musk and everything that's going on with Doge and the Department of Government Efficiency and all of that. It's like Marcus's suggestion for a national Dogecoin reserve prompts us to consider the growing role of meme coins in government financial strategies. Whether or not these ideas materialize, the rapid ascent of both Bitcoin and Dogecoin illustrates the shifting landscape. The U.S. Dogecoin reserve would provide a safety net against extreme price volatility and signal increased confidence among investors in the broader financial community. So, something that we will talk about going forward. This is kind of an interesting thing, right? Talking about Doge and what its place is in the future. The U.S. Dogecoin reserve. I like that. I like that. We do have other coins that are moving, though. We talked about Hedera on Sunday during the live stream and watching Hedera's big run. Algorand has also just gone on a big run as well. And this is all about this whole capital gains tax for crypto companies that are based in the United States. So Algorand, Hedera, Ripple, Cardano are kind of like the biggest four that are being talked about, and there's a lot of price action going in on those. And as far as memes, a lot of them have just run. So buying Bonk up at the top, I'm not doing that. I bought a bag of Bonk at the, about a year ago. So now I am on the Bohm bandwagon, is the book of memes, because it's expecting a pump. This pump of Bohm is still to come. And this is the chart that has been posted here on Binance on Bohm. And we're looking at the possibility from penny now to 1.5, and I'm looking at 2 cents right here, which is the top of this pennant coming back to 2 cents, and that would be possibly a quick doubling of your investment from 1 cent to 2 cents. That's what I'm doing. If you want to know where I buy Book of Meme, I buy it on crypto.com, and crypto.com I am now affiliated with. I have a link in the description below. You can get $100. That's right. If you start an account, you have to put some fiat in, like $50 worth. You got to trade like $100 worth. Each of those levels gets you some rewards. And then the final reward is if you want a metal card, you can get a Crypto.com credit card, and with that, you earn rewards in Crow. So again, it's accumulating Crow tokens on the platform. There's a lot of other things you could do within Crypto.com to get rewards. It's a fun platform to trade on, and we've got a lot of smaller tokens that you can't get on Coinbase or Robinhood, which is why I have been trading on Crypto.com. It's a small part of my portfolio, having a little fun, accumulating Crow tokens, and then collect diamonds, and you convert the diamonds to Crow tokens as well. So my bag of Crow tokens is actually growing through Crypto.com. If you have any more questions about that, ask me during the live streams. We have a lot of fun there as well. Do check out on the link below to Crypto.com.
Alpha team, this is Chief of Security Blanchard.
One of the most magical things I've ever seen is The Undertaker showing up to chokeslam the Rock in the moment. So I see this man rolling like a wild animal, but then no one sees it.
Let's go, my brothers. Let's go. You can hear me. I can hear you.
Anyone coming to WWE before, I just swing it across the line 15 times more than what I had been received. I always say it's just like low stage. I have my jacket on the whole thing. Remember, it's just Michael the face. Yes, you feel you were spearheading it, or do you feel there was other...
Nothing incendiary. I say I was sorry, but I'm not.
Very much wrestling pattern, okay? In my younger life, obviously, but it wasn't like I grew up here in the city. It wasn't like I felt ostracized if I wasn't completely locked in. Vince Doc comes out, it's like mind blowing. It's one of the most amazing things that I've seen on TV. Like, it's truly incredible. I feel like left out. I feel like I missed 20 years of reflection of American culture through wrestling. And I think it really portrays wrestling as incredibly highbrow. And a lot of times the people that don't watch it, I think it's lowbrow. The people that do watch it understand it for the story and its reflection of culture. And I think the doc like smashed them together. I love it. It's highbrow. Okay. I see in terms of pro wrestling, sports entertainment, however you look at it, with every generation is popular. You know what I'm saying?
there is a reason that I wear a suit everywhere I go. There is a reason I try to represent wrestling at the highest level because having my dad, that was a conversation as a kid with, hey, what does your dad do? Or when you meet their parents, what does your dad do? And my dad told me, I feel bad even when he told me this, even at a young age, I thought, no way. But he told me, he goes, hey, if you want to tell people I'm a salesman, that's okay. And I thought, like, no.
Oh, because he thought he might be a character.
Well, just people to judge, like, not everyone says highbrow.
Yeah.
So when I try to listen to people and meet people, or even the classic on a flight, what do you do for a living? I want to make sure that they're not thinking, that's not the best example, but they're not thinking macho madness all the time. Like, I'm not sitting there snapping into something. Like, that's all awesome and wonderful, and it works for the time and space and money ever. But I want them to understand that it's a very large business.
The best example that, imagine made me realize that when I saw your WrestleMania going crazy on Twitter, I started watching the last 5 minutes of it, and I read broke down the whole story and everything represents. And I was like, oh, this is some of the greatest storytelling I've ever heard of.
Yes.
I want to get into like your whole full story because that's kind of insane how it's culminated. But there's one thing that I want to like fast forward and ask you about. There's this term that we learned when we're watching the doc, and everybody probably already knows it. So a lot of the parlance I'm going to use is going to seem like pedestrian to you, but to us, we're learning that. So baby face, right?
Yes.
Are you the first unanimously supported baby face since Hulk Hogan?
I'm knocking on, I think that's wood. I've been very lucky.
Can you maybe even describe what that means?
Babyface, babyface is a good guy. Babyface is a good guy. Heel is a bad guy. Those two terms are usually used pretty correctly.
Yeah.
It's some of the other terms you'll feel that it's always good to be a casual fan. Some of the most hardcore fans will start throwing these terms around and no. Like, you don't talk that way. But babyface, good guy. I've been very lucky that something about my return that's all different demographics, and it was not that usually that's picking up with the obvious well, I like the bad guy. Something happened, and I'll give him the first person who really let me in on it, but this is wild. There's no one who's going to this is wild. What Paul Statement, Mr. Paul Hanks, without giving me credit in a moment, gave me a lot of credit. He said, open the door for additional baby faces to come back.
Yeah, I was apparently post Stone Cold or whatever.
Yeah.
Edgy. Stone Cold guy. It was the anti-hero.
Yeah.
And the more I kind of like try to watch and analyze wrestling, I'm like, wrestling is this reflection of whatever Americans are rebelling against.
Yeah.
So the Hogan area is maybe like, this is the rebellion against the guy who wears the suit and does everything proper and has the, family, the dog in the yard. And then Hogan's like, fuck that, I do whatever I want, right? Excited. Then once you have that guy as the good guy, the rebellion is the guy who doesn't really give a fuck.
Yeah.
And you see this like anti-hero pop in the Stone Cold. But you're pure babyface.
That's the term we use is white meat babyface. White meat. And like by the time this comes out, I don't know if it's very risky. I would never be mad if I started to hear the boos. Things would have to change a little bit. You'd have to pivot. But my model in the industry and a guy I drove around for a few years, God bless him, one of the best locker room leaders the company ever had, was John Cena.
Yeah.
John is the virtuous, the goodest of good, but he had a really unique thing with the audience where half the people were there to see him win, the other half were there to see him lose, and that still means they're all here for John.
Yeah.
They didn't realize it at the time because he told me once, he goes, if they're saying let's go see him suck, well, it's about the other guy. And that's right. Then they found moments where like CM Punk and him would wrestle each other, and they started training for CM Punk, and that's when they started realizing, okay, guys are starting to click. They're starting to get to this level. The babyface is a wild thing, but again, tonight I'm at Barclays. I could walk out there and I could all end. It could all end. So I don't think
what do you think? If they didn't do something that something that happened wrestling with the pack or whatever, what do you think it was that really put that in
the story, we're going to interrupt in the 40s, we're going to finish the story. Everything about what I had done and my return to WWE and where I went, all of that is real. So when our industry is at its best, it's when you're just reflecting real. And that's not always easy if you're playing like an astronaut or a really, crazy out there character or Stardust, for example. But when you're telling them and telling them willing existence, first promo I did returning to WWE was on Raw, and no one looked at it. Not a single writer, they had a full trust in what I was going to say, and like, here's the time, please hit this time. And I just wanted to willing listen, here's your story. My dad held this up in the Garden in the late 70s, and then due to the nature of pro wrestling, he didn't even believe with the title. And I told him, you don't know the difference between what's real and what isn't real. I just looked at it and I wanted it. I wanted it for him. And just told him that story, and I think that's the thing that maybe people identify with, is that it's real, because so many things go against traditional babyface. Like wearing suit and tie is not babyface. That's Ric Flair. That's wanting your wealth. All that, but none of it's mattered at this point. And there's always people like, they're going to start booing him soon. They're going to start booing him soon. At this point, he's been saying it for 3 years. Like, of course you're right now. Like I feel like what is white meat babyface is spot. And everything about their name is so right. So, anybody else a Nepo baby? Or no, everyone's in the game? I mean, we're all born in America in the greatest time of the empire, so there's a couple of things. Yeah. But not one Nepo hire in the whole, this whole operation? Not one? And they had a brother, a cousin? No. It's all cronyism. Well, I will say. It's all cronyism. It's all cronyism. They're all friends. Yeah. None of it merit. If you bring in a family member, I bet you they do really well. Yeah, I believe in the Nepo babies. Oh, I can't wait to Nepo my daughter into whatever. But my point is, I think this is at least an outside casual perspective, but I think the idea was you really earned it, and I think people are looking at their lives and maybe they're not feeling like they have the opportunity to do certain things, and you just kind of want to see somebody who deserves it get the shot once. Yeah. And I think they can root for that. But before we get into that, I want to go to the beginning, because this is, okay. I watched your father's Hall of Fame induction speech. Oh, God. Okay? You come out. I think I became a Cody Friday in that moment. Yeah, that was my first time on camera for the company I worked for. But it's unbelievable. So this is your first time on camera. Do you have aspirations of getting into business when you go up there? Yeah. Okay, so you're going up there. I'm not working for WWE for that. Nobody else knows? Nobody. I've been in developmental. Good. Yeah. Okay, so this is the introduction of the next generation, obviously your brother, but the next generation of roads in the business. And he was amazing. I was like emotional at the end of it. He'd be a Hall of Fame father if there was a man. He would. Yeah. That's so that people look at that and they always ask how to bring that. You these speaking times where you do something, whether it's a promo or an interview, and they bring that. Sometimes you can't bring that because I wasn't talking about anything artificial. Yeah, this is my product. This is an easy one, guys. Yeah. This is real. Like there are plenty of times we're talking about something that's like very fabricated, and we're creating a narrative. That's as simple as could be. Set the bar very high. I really worked on it. Yeah. I wasn't going to be in front of some of my favorite wrestlers, some of my peers.
Stay close to me.
I always try to impress Dustin with my professional and I only give him a little. That's the message he's giving. Don't look forward to it. Yeah, that was a really good. That moment though also for a little bit of a
Almost brothers.
Wasn't there yet. The downfall being in that location, right? Honestly,
Holy shit.
At that point, I wasn't ready at all, but I'm so thankful I came up when I did, because I literally grew up in front of the audience. But that might be another reason why they took to everything. I grew up in front of them. Okay. So you start You're doing good in W, but not like super stardom. I wouldn't use that to a pretty good. But yeah, they had that along the way. So what I'll call them small things. Okay, I feel like anyone in entertainment gets this. Like the opportunities, you want the biggest opportunity. You want this, you want that. Your dreams are what they are, but little problems. Like even if I'm not famous, it was by no means a little problem. It wasn't something at the time that was really featured in the spotlight. Right. Here's the reason I had it. It was little moments like that that they kind of throw the gas tank up. And Ivanhoe's wrestling, especially if they're not. And I don't want to say they, but if a company, like each company making like any show that they're involved in, you have to pick who's your number one, who's your number two, like who's number one on the fall sheet, who are we investing in? It's still a show. Who was number one at the time? Gosh, Intercontinental Championship? No. Oh yeah. I'd say John's still there. John's number one. John's the guy, and then everything trickles down from that. Yeah. And yeah, so it was these moments like that that validated me and made me feel good. But at a certain point after that, I realized I was very much blocked in. They didn't see me growing. I mean, I was a child. I was 20 years old when I went to OVW to be in developmental. Couldn't order a drink. Like 20 years old. Yeah. Didn't know anything about anything. And my dad didn't train me either. Didn't want to train me. So this was me just doing it with everyone assuming I knew what I was doing. But yeah, I didn't want to train. He was really good about, hey, you want to do this? Great. I want you to be the best. And he was confident that I could do well, but he didn't want to touch it because he felt if he did anything, he even left, he was on the writing team at the time for SmackDown. He left the writing team for
I'm not trying to make some tea.
started
I
out.
might have gone a bit too
He
far.
thought of it. He spoke out. What somebody should do is control it. What's the benefit of the shirt? Some dad, I've seen it work both ways. Because he liked the thing. It did. That was the guy. He had never had a fish for me. He never had to be in an awkward conversation. Are they feeding you storyline? What is this process? This really is the hard part. What is the process of this storyline? This fuck with I prefer to again, it's not our sandbox. So who's ever promoting, booking, whoever maybe I love that. Most of the things that Triple H says, yeah, great, I will run that play. All you can do in that position is say, hey, I don't love this. What about this? You always should have an alternative too. That's something that when you're younger you don't realize. You can't just say no. You can't just say this sucks. Hey, I don't love this, but what about this? How do you manage up? How do you influence your own story? And what I tell people about the little battles every day is you can only, most of them you won't win, but you'll feel much better going home if you at least fought the little battle. If you said, hey, I don't want to say this, and then it becomes a, hey, we really need you to say this. All right, well, at least said it. Versus letting it all bottle up. Oh, I hate everybody. And all angst and all that. Because that happened to me during Stardust, during the younger run. I wasn't speaking up. So they changed your character to Stardust so you and your brother can kind of be this unit. And it's awful, man. Yeah. It's awful. And it actually was okay. Like, crowds were kind of fun with it. We won the tag titles. There's some significant moments, but it wasn't. You were just what's up, man. It was just so. But here, if I get the wins, it's just only got to yeah. So I think at the time, I learned this from when I went away, is absolutely some of the behind-the-scenes aspects of out of my control weren't my fault, and this was something I had been tasked to do, and I did give it my 110%. However, I found that a lot of it was on me. A lot of it. So wrestling is the suspension of disbelief, and it's entertainment. We have writers, we have our show, whatever it may be. However, it's a lot more fair than people think. If you put yourself in the best of shape, if you invest in your gimmick or your character, if you work on your promos, if you are the go-getter who goes and, especially in this era of social media, if you go out and you create a little empire, work with the digital teams, again, small bones. If you just take advantage of all that, and that's where things can pick up for you. And I wasn't doing all that. Certainly parts of it, I'd say, this was just a bad idea, guys. Because the original Stardust also had a hat. I only say hat it's supposed to be a monster. It was like, and it's like the original Electro from the 90s Spider-Man run. It's like it, but it also had the like basically it was a pond that had just been yanked from it, and I showed it to and I remember I was going with I can't wear this. That's also this is the part where my heart broke. Is I had long hair at the time, or longer. I didn't have a shaved head. I never want to have a shaved head. And yeah, they were like, well, no mask, but cut your hair off. And at that point, at that part of the day, I was sitting in the chair and just like cutting my hair and no idea what I was getting into. It was Cleveland, which used to be the Cleveland Owens Arena, but that arena quartet was a great moment. And it's next to it's a dark feeling, yeah.
So announcements. First of all, New York City, thank you so much. I love you. Okay, that was absolutely incredible. Okay, we got kicked out of that shitty Brooklyn theater. We stepped in one bigger, we went together, and we blasted through 4 shows in an hour. Unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. We're down. I cannot wait to get stuck in there. I'm very, very excited. I'm glad that you are all going to be there. Anybody who could not, be there that day, we're gonna have more shows. Eventually in New York City, we're gonna have more shows. We got to lock in and focus on these right now. The rest of the tour. These are the shows that we have left. We added a second show in Reno, sold out, and then Honolulu, Hawaii, the Clydesdale Arena. That's the final show of the tour. It's really all wrapped up. But thank you guys so much. TheAngelShows.com. If you want to get any of the tickets, I appreciate that so much.
Also, guys, this show announcement, November 1st and 2nd, Lexington, Kentucky. That might be the home of the train, or maybe that's Louisville. Either way, I'd love for you guys to all show up. Let's talk things out. Let's see what our differences are. Maybe we can make amends. November 22nd and 23rd, Rochester, New York, December 4th. Announcing this right now, I'm coming to Long Island. I've never headlined in Long Island. I am mostly scared of you guys, but now that we interviewed Donald Trump, I feel like they're going to love me. I'm one of the good ones. So, Associate Governor in Levittown. Come through. All those dates and more at AkashSing.com. Also, we're still doing our thing on fan bases, dropping content there. So check that out as well. Now let's get back to the show. Did your brother like doing the Gold Dust character?
It really depends on the day you ask him.
Okay.
I know he's extremely proud of it. Extremely, especially during the run of the late 90s. Him and Roddy Piper going into WrestleMania 12. Like, got that. I remember WrestleMania 12 because here was a moment that I'm in middle school at the time that Gold Dust comes out. Okay. There's a lot of kids, the attitude there is extremely popular. So now all these kids who didn't watch wrestling in elementary school want to ask questions. Well, I don't have a lot of answers on Gold Dust. Yeah. And at the time, him and my dad, words you can't say now, right? Him and my dad weren't speaking, and one of the cooler moments where I realized no matter how bombastic and ridiculous and out there the Gold Dust character was, I watched that Roddy Piper match at WrestleMania 12, and how much it was spread throughout the show. It was one of the bigger stories of WrestleMania 12, and my dad, as I talked to Dustin about for 3 or 4 years, I could see him just smiling. And he was so happy that he got that moment, and he had went out and did it on his own. And I think it's so funny that I'm still in LA a few years ago. I'm starting to do this today. There was the guy who was going to face this man but it's going to get me really special and fun and like Goldust was just a unique character, but I think if you ask him, it kind of depends. Here's this, country boy from Austin, Texas, and this is the thing he wanted to do, but he really dove into it. He's a cinema buff. Okay, because of Goldust. But only from Kobe's mind. So it's something that, we're two, kids in our family that didn't go to college. Our education was this, our worldly experience, and I think Dustin got a lot of good experience.
I think the rumor was that Vince was upset with his dad or something, so gave him
Yeah.
So that's
The families didn't like each other.
Yeah.
I think it's a good story. It's helped me,
Yeah.
but I don't maybe if there's some truth there here and there, but I never experienced it so much. I was too young too. I think maybe Vince and my dad had some back and forth because my dad went on and did his own thing. He wanted to go back to Florida. He wanted to run improv promotions and the rival promotion. Also, yeah, I don't even know if there was something that existed. It really didn't come down unless, of course, the moment they say. That was it. It's been one. I'm very nice to possible, but
Okay. So I'm going to start out doing. I got to get the hell out of here. You have to release. What's going on emotionally right there? Are you being older? So you think that you're getting something to finish circuit? What's happening?
I apologize to any like day to day and any company who thinks they're going to get released. Because I told them in a very like, hey, I'll see you next week. I said, no, you won't. I remember telling the talent relationship, I said, no, you won't. Look, everyone has their emotional, dramatic filled weeks and maybe the start of that. But I actually put my statement out on social media. Well, hey, thank you so much, done. And once it was out in the ether, there was nothing. It was did I get sued? To this day, I don't think I've ever signed my the contracts. You like the what's it called when you get the basically
non-compete
the,
clause?
like I never signed anything after that, and it was sent to my house. Like I could have been sued, obviously could have been sued, but I needed to take a very big risk and a very big gamble in that moment. I felt I'd earned it. I thought, hey, the respect they have for my family, all that I've done, never slipped up here once, done everything you asked.
So,
Give me
what
this
exactly does
let me ride off, and okay, we're not going to chase them. You dad wanted you. Oh, well, so he just got tired of hearing me like complain, and yeah, and I think as a dad, it just became, well, then quit, and he, I don't know how much he meant it, but I know it. I always tell people this. He was, oh wait, wake up today and I have so much to explain about what everybody got very sensitive. Yeah, I think if I started it well, I'd make the WrestleMania point. I think people. All right. What else, guys? But yeah, no, it was. I needed to. I tell people all the time. It wasn't just a burn the bridges; it was a full burn the boats. Okay. I need the idea that I may never come back.
When you accept it, you might never go back. That's a lot of money to walk.
That's the part that I don't know if people realize.
Wow,
Like you gotta guarantee life. Regardless, wherever you can potentially go back to Cody Road in the way that it was and make great money for the rest of your life and you still have to accept it.
Oh, I didn't know that I thought the financial compensation was based on like how often your characters.
No. So at the point, the attitude era brought out guaranteed contracts. The guaranteed contracts, and not only that, an equitable contract. Good money. You're out of the track. Good money. I love that. I care about the respect for me. Like I never, I didn't make any time on guys. Like I've done been part of WrestleMania angles, Intercontinental title. Like why are you getting so close to the top of the ladder? And I put a lot of blame on myself with the together the concept, but at the moment, you mentioned the emotional state. I just possibly describe that. It's harder, scared, and financially, this is the thing that no one knows. I wasn't, but I'll be there. I'm fine. I work there for 10 years. I got just, not bad. So, well, I still working. If I started working immediately after the in terms of check to check, I just bought our first house again outside of Dallas. And it wasn't as I always tell people, I'm the one Rhodes is good with his money. No. Yes, and it's gotten better, but that wasn't very good. I had a wife.
Yeah.
You know, of course, it's super loyal. And one thing, I didn't think she was going to leave. A week later, she'll go down. I needed her far more than she realized. Everyone there affected imbalance.
What's up, royalty?
But I have the best partner in the world. I mean, all beautiful for her. She left and she needed to be really. I'm going to the people that this is very much a wonderful wife. You know, we have been fighting that all the time. So,
Okay, so you go into the independent circuit.
yeah.
Okay. But you did this thing when you post, I think it was on Twitter.
The list.
The list.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, so
The list is fine.
explain like the thinking behind it. Like you're creating your own storyline, but you're using the heat of leaving and trying to propel yourself in an independent circuit. Is it purely financial? Or is there like a long business for this as well?
The list was, I found that people got fired in strong. When people got let go, that they would say something like, hey, it's great, thank you, stay tuned for the next chapter. Stay tuned for the next chapter to me is a kiss of death. That to me almost reads as, you have a next chapter. So I wanted to have a next chapter.
Stay tuned to the next chapter if you haven't planned anything.
Right.
Yeah. This means, this is my plan. I'm in control of my fucking destiny, and these are the names I want.
And I wanted to mobilize. So at the time, social media is really, really is strong. To build a brand on there alone. So I wanted to mobilize those fans who did rally behind, ooh, this is happening. This is one of your guys, and he's out there. So I wanted to mobilize, and I went to Kevin Owens. Who I worked with at WWE, and Kevin Owens was the one who kind of secret the list. And so that one's not good.
The biggest names of the independent circuit.
I guess it wasn't so much the biggest names, some of the biggest names, but it was more a real diversity list. And what I mean by diversity list is I mean, I think that's different type of old school style. I get the style of wrestling. It's almost better to win underground and it was the coolest stuff you could imagine. It's just Ring of Honor, every independent. I mean, like, it's good to high spot, athleticism out there, really bunch of psychological things. But I wanted people to know that I'm not above it. Like, that's it. I'm going to come and I'm going to try what I would consider some stupid stuff. And I think everybody else is WWE versus WWE guy. No, like, put me against the dumbest guy who does really fun stuff. Like, put me against that person. I'm going to see him test himself. And that's by it. They're all smart in their own ways, you know? Like, no.
Point me, baby! Alright, so you're beating up these retards.
There's one guy I never got. There's one name who sent off the list. Yeah. There's a guy named Roderick Strong, not an idiot. We never crossed paths. Like I thought, we got to get this one on the list. Yeah, and we get it off the list. So yeah, that was a really fun time. Every one of those people offered something huge to what I was doing.
Okay, are they aware of the list? Are they hitting you up on the side like, hey, this is a brilliant idea, let's make this happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, most of the people on the list were really, I mean, not to like, most people on the list are, yeah. There's like 5 different things I work for who want to book it. Where do you want to do it? All these promos, all these people are really excited.
You guys are both starting up these stories, and then they're happening on the indie circuit. You immediately notice crowds being a lot bigger than they would normally be if somebody's in. I just feel like there's no underground.
Well, the second weekend I did independent wrestling, I did it for a company called Northeast Wrestling that's Connecticut based, and they were more of a mom and pop, and they did us some softball fields for their big summer shows, and I noticed, you know, I did 3 in a row. I noticed we were 1,500, 2,000, 4,500. like 50 to 200. And with the building that only holds so much. Yeah, and it's a more too. But I noticed there we were having numbers that's not. If two things are happening at the same time, our health mobilized this simple entry conversation out of people for these people but also the financing for on the rise. So because of the to be white is an example, but that that's perfect at the time because everybody was doing 45 minutes. It's not easy. I mean, in all words, it's not easy to sell tickets on a regular basis. So the fact that was happening really opened my eyes. It was in Manchester in the United Kingdom, and there was a big hyper. But how was it about? And I never will know the full number. I could give you the rest of the exaggeration. But it's hard it was still like me, and I remember thinking, this is like a mini. This is actually what I thought. It was like a mini WWE show. There's signs for the locker room, catering, there's every seat is full, and that was the big one for me. I wonder who else is in on this thing. Who else knows? Who else can drive this? What's the next step? I didn't know that. Did you feel you were feeling it, or did you feel there was other... I felt like there were two fronts to it, and I think I was at the lead of one of those fronts. I think the other front was a group called Music and mind-blowing athleticism and storytelling. They had Kenny Omega and they had the Young Bucks. Yeah. And I don't think we have any support other than we wanted it. We would fight for each other. We would pair together. I went over there and saw exactly the Bullet Club was happening. What's the Bullet Club? So the Bullet Club was this faction, straight faction. Yeah. DX, the Warhol, this faction. It got so big that actually this thread from a Hot Topic or somewhere came to a reference. Somebody said, where's the horse like that? And they were like, oh, that's a Bennett thing. And again, I was pretty lucky that their way was going. I think it's going, and that's where we collided. It was different. There it is, the Bullet Club, yeah. That was the leader for a short period of time. There's a whole online argument about was I ever a Bullet Club leader? It is official. I did lead it. You heard it here. I did lead it. I won against Kenny to get leadership of the Bullet Club for a free time. The guy at WWE, I have to shout him out for that logo. It's Finn Balor. He's probably owed millions of dollars for the success of Bullet Club. He started it, and I don't think he's ever seen any of that. I know he's just happy. Well, as a former leader. That's right. That's right. Hey, man. I just put him
So you, Kenny, the Young Bucks, you start talking about this event.
Yeah.
Right? Can you tell us how All In ends up happening?
All In is the craziest, the original All In. The independent.
Go back even for the Meltzer thing.
Yeah, he said we couldn't do it.
So there's a guy, he's a wrestling journalist.
He is.
Meltzer.
It was his birthday yesterday.
Well, let's, because he, I think, plays a really important part. As in all wrestling stories, there are all these side factions that...
An observer is what his newsletter called, but he's been covering wrestling and mixed martial arts for 40 years, and went from being a newsletter that fans got the inside scoop, but also a lot of the financial aspects of this, that. He just always covered it, and I feel almost forever this inevitable. We're not, I wouldn't say we're close or anything like that, but I always feel settled because he made that tweet. Apparently, he tweets that they asked an ROH to 10,000 people in the arena.
Ring of Honor, this is
That time, I've been on these shows. Yeah, I know it. I'm just buddy, I've seen it. Like,
have you done the show with Ring of Honor yet?
So we have you've done together with Ring of Honor News Fan. We did a show at Lakefront that was for Ring of Honor specifically. That did as many seats for those 7,000 people. So what are we talking about here?
You're feeling the buzz.
Yeah, I'm now feeling the buzz. I'm pre-workout up at the gym. I mean, loaded. Loaded. And niacin is like pumping through my veins. It's like Lifetime Fitness in Woodstock, Georgia. And I saw this tweet and I thought, like, oh man, like this is, again, let's just will it into existence.
So he goes, I don't think anyone in America has that
You tweet, I'll take that bet, dude. I said, I'll take that bet.
And then what is the like underground feeling? Is like a crossover from underground into WWE fans? Like what's happening?
Well, immediately upon tweeting it, I had to call everyone. And hey, are we interested in this? I am very worried, and I would not worried that we couldn't, but at this point, I'm wrestling for one company, pretty exclusive domestically in the United States, that being Ring of Honor. And Matt and Nick, we're all making the same rounds. Kenny's in Japan the whole time. We need financing. Can we go to Ring of Honor for some assistance with financing? And he just passed away. A wonderful man named Joe Cobb he's far more instrumental in it than people ever know, because he saw what we were doing and thought, okay, it's definitely not in your contract, but we can help with production. We can help you. Here's the number to call. Here's Gary Jester was his name. Because again, I'm now calling buildings. Hey, Ontario, California, you know that building out there? It's a U.S. Bank Arena. So I'm like calling these buildings like, hey, we want to run a show. Like I have no cold call. I'm cold calling. Yeah. So we get what we need in place to be able to do it. We're also told, I think it was Labor Day or Memorial Day weekend, and they give us the sunset. Yeah, it's only that's the worst date for wrestling. And it's never like everyone's plans are fun. Yeah, why would they go to why would they go? Why should they? But I thought, okay, it's available. Yeah, this is one of my favorite things. It's like booth management, to be able to sell tickets. So okay, front row. $150. You know, it's like this bowl, $25. I thought it was so cool. But Brandy, Dana, Kenny, we're all kind of in on this together. We're paying people in the most PayPal, Venmo. But the big rule we wanted to break was there was rules even for all the companies that you can't cross the streams. Like this is before the term forbidden door was coined, but and such from CMLL and NACO to AAA.
Don't make me do it again.
If you want to be on it, it's going to be huge. And how we do we put the tickets on sale. It crashed. We're on the drive from this press conference where the mic didn't even work. We're already as bush league as we could be, and it crashes and it's sold out. And I think it's sold out in 23 minutes, 11,236. United holds like 20,000.
So what's another thousand?
Now arena in Schaumburg.
Oh, this is the stuff.
Wow.
There's like a plaque on the outside of it to this day.
Wow.
Nick's faces that I've never seen in person, just because they were doing graduations, minor league games in there. They hadn't had something filling up like that either in a long time. And you had 23 minutes or 11,236 people, and everything at that point, everything in my life changed.
Did you tweet anything?
I tweeted a lot of stuff.
Pre-workout. I think some of the best ideas for the pre-workout. I actually tell Triple H whenever I see them at the I'll look at it for 10 hours later. But at that point, it was the first thing that happened was all in. This is just the show itself. The best way to describe it is like Woodstock for wrestling. It's this guy who does a series of podcasts who's super successful. He's helped to rehabilitate a lot of older wrestlers. His name's Conrad Thompson. Conrad told us, he's like, hey, can I run a convention? People are going to piggyback off this destination event you guys do, which is unheard of. And I do a convention at the Hyatt, and I'll take care of it. You give me the rules. You know, we were really big on, it's not going to be a Legends deal. Right. This is young, this is up and coming. You're going to see the next generation of superstar, and that's what it's once you set that, 3 days of Wednesday, every applied, every booth was filled. I remember walking into that hotel, and it's the entire lobby full of wrestling fans, all in that cold luxury. And they've got live video set up in the lobby, and when we walked in,
Don't get down my guard.
and I felt like I could have been down by the bar menu, and the bar menu is labeled with like Pharaoh's Fries, American Nightmare Cheese, and everyone was like, yeah, it's happening, like we made it. Oh man, you can go for
Someone get me back in the
Like, minute 2 minutes to them, you're like, oh, we got that.
So I wouldn't be sitting in a chair, had this gone the other way. And this is not a fun story to tell or anything like that, but it's just a sensible story. I got in this slight tussle the night before because I'm walking Pharaoh. I love it. It's always part of what I do. And I was in the but Pharaoh, evidence about my face over it. Shouldn't that's dangerous. Probably right. He's probably had a bad experience with a dog. I mean, he thought about it. Maybe I'll be happy with it. But see, I got so close that I felt like there was a bird on my face. So I did shove him. And when I shoved him, he rolled back into the bushes. Like he took this enormous Homer Simpson, Griffin style fall. And the next thing I knew, I was like, oh no. Oh no, like, so, like, and he had called the cops. I decided, hey, I'm going to stay in the lobby. I'm not going to try and run. I'll stay in the lobby. So really, had he said, like, I'm pressing charges, it's over. It's over. It's over. And that was the next day was the first day in my career I had a security detail. My wife was, you do not leave this room without this man. His name was Sam. He's like, Sam is going everywhere with me. Like I was in a problem child all along. One incident happened over all the They put me on a leash, but I got the building. It was touch and go for a second. In addition to that, we lost one of our producers. There's a little pyro hijink that went off at the beginning where we were trying to get people to be the person for that pyro again. And seeing the spoilers and then it did as I was starting to go into the next bit. It's a fucking joke. Randomly, I got an email again. I've almost been arrested now, so I can't go to sleep. I got an email in the middle of the night from John Mayer's publicist. And I thought, no. It's definitely not real. They say John would like to come with his friends who are giving a bachelor party. They are nice. He's a true sellout. Yeah, whatever. Not applying to me. Again, I already the dog after next morning. And Dana Massey was in there. She tells me, you get back there? No. Well, I did. John Mayer is coming to the show. I'm like, John Mayer? John Mayer is coming? And we legit didn't have a seat, so we put him in the middle of the aisle. So he's just in the middle. So the whole show, you can see him like every match. There he is, man. It's John. That's so cool. It was really like touching that he wanted to come. But I just didn't believe it. But yeah, it's just a series of little calamities. But when we got there, everyone was so excited to be on it. And how was the wrestling that night? The main event got super rushed because one match went over, but even super rushed because fireworks. Rey Mysterio was part of it. Yeah, just him getting us the rub. And he was a former world champion and WWE Hall of Famer. Rey Mysterio wants to be part of All In. And again, I'll never forget, Ray is heading to the ring, taking pictures with other wrestlers who are backstage, shocked that they're in the same locker room as Ray, when the show has 8 minutes left on the air. I'm like, buddy, in his little Wolverine outfit, I'm like, please show him. But I think the most fun I had was after my stuff was over, I got to sit down in the producer chair and just put the headset on and call a few shots here and there. They check this out, this is coming. And it just felt like the job I always wanted, the moment I always wanted. But I'm really pleased. I am. I'm super lightly. I'm super pleased that the moment it was happening, I just was thinking, what else? I need to do this. I bet we can go double or nothing. I bet we can do this again. And when did you get the call from Tony Khan? He was at the original one. Okay. Yeah. So I needed some help. So I needed help flying for Jericho. Nick needed help flying for Jericho. And Tony offered to use this one. It's a big reference. Yeah. Okay, but he also comes from some money. I think his family's involved with the Jaguars and stuff. Yeah, they own the Jaguars. Okay. So he was in Connect. He's what the four of you guys are doing. AEW sprouts out of that. Yeah. So you have to pitch him? If he pitches you guys? No, I think that's one of the more why I wouldn't say I hope there's no tension between all of the four on the ground, but everyone's got a different story a little bit.
Okay.
And everyone's story puts them in the driver's seat. I think he already had in his mind, as he had scribbled down the name Dynamite to CV, I think he'd already had in his mind that yeah. I think what we offered was proof of concept.
Yeah.
And that if we could show this to somebody. Because I remember sitting in the up front for at the time Warner Media before Discovery.
The guard station computer cannot access the central database while the network is down. Honestly, who built this place?
The same man who put you in those cells. Your old boss, Rick Dawson. We break out Maya's brother, Nathan. That asshole down.
And I suppose to take comfort in the fact that my amp designs actually work. Part of it does. Strauss, any idea why a dimensional fucking breach happened right after I said you're sorry ass is free? I would rather not speculate beyond saying that every plan involving you tends to turn to excrement.
I know who you are, Strauss, but you're already annoying the fuck out of me.
This is the second time someone's been disappointed to for our interview with Listen. The difference is the first one, especially ours.
Bonus points.
Unit activated. Please stand by.
Part of me hopes Dr. Modi found a hiding place. The look on her face when Carver and Reaver find her is going to be priceless.
It's Bravity Modi with him. Rick Dawson has fewer scruples than his boss. Already. Thanks to you for accessing more files. Wait, what? That quack Modi stole my inversion warheads in a mini-sub?
What is that adage you Americans are so fond of? I am 5 Finders, keepers, losers, reapers.
Hostile shoot, never mind.
Max ammo.
You were pretty handy with your knife. How many people you killed?
I mostly aim to save lives, not take them. But in my line of work on these seas, well, sometimes shit happens.
Coordinates marked.
Wait.
Forget it. Never mind. Consider that a critical observation.
Max armor.
Amp unit activated. Please stand by.
Heads should not be running around on their own. It's just not right.
Amp unit energized. Area 3 online.
Shit. Protocol dictates the hard drive gets moved during a red alert. Maya's gonna freak out when she hears that.
What the heck? We have boots on the ground who can search for the hard drive. They will find it.
Interesting. There's an encrypted file in the database.
Double points.
Technical officer Anya Tanovsky. Clever minx kept a secret workshop that, quote, can be found if you're so inclined.
So you're a smuggler.
Most would be.
What kind of gear do you move? Drugs? Weapons?
Drugs and weapons pay well. But Nathan was always a softie. Every shitty port we stopped in, he still was starving women with their kids, looking for a new start. Anywhere else.
Anyone looking for a war weapon?
Bloody hell! Did anyone see that?
Insta-kill.
Should have had you out in the field from the get-go.
Yeah, well, I perform more dissections than I can count. Turns out, steady hands are steady hands.
Tear them to pieces.
I'm being patient. Can't you tell?
Max ammo.
I'll dedicate the pile of bodies I leave behind to you. Truth is, aside from work detail, there wasn't much to do here. Exercise helped pass the time. Oh, that looked painful.
Kaboom!
His name is Franco. The syndicate scum who sold out Nathan. Guess he thought no one would miss him. I'm gonna show him how wrong he was.
I don't doubt it for a second. Hope I'm there to see it.
Bonus points.
Found the mystery box.
How long have you been a reporter? I'm not a reporter anymore. How long have you been a digital journalist? 6 years? I enjoy journalism, interviewing people from other countries. Yes, yes. That doesn't sound true. I love what I do. I'm surprised from what Father told me. There's extensive living going to ask me the question? Or should I be the one to say?
Insta-kill.
And that's my first question in particular, whether
I prefer my samples up close and personal.
Double points.
It's just a hungry monster. You also have this
Kaboom!
It's just a hungry monster.
I'd say I was sorry, but I'm not.
It's just a hungry monster.
Max armor.
Okay, before this interview goes any further, I think it would be in Miss Eagle's best interest to know who you really are. And don't act like you don't know. I was just on the phone with Lexi and you. You know, it's important. My name is Lily Lee. Hey, what did I do?
Kaboom!
It's been entirely. I've done a few commercials and City Trend, hardly counts. I just really want to know what for. She wants to
I
leave.
wonder how many different things are in there.
My agent
Is
says
it
to me,
infinite?
no offense, but you can help us with the word homeless.
Bye.
That's good. I just thought that maybe you could,
Fire sale.
Is this sugar-free?
Insta-kill.
I'm not sure. I just thought that maybe you could.
I wonder if this is truly random. It could be rigged, you know. It's like you read my mind. Shit.
I don't see why you would want me to.
Insta-kill.
I need this work. I can't get the role for you. I can show you how to do it. will teach you one thing that means you pick me.
It's like a rotten watermelon falling off a shelf.
Max ammo.
It's kind of a one-stop shop for all your ammo
Max
mods.
armor.
Bet you wish you wore the jumper.
You are my service to okay? Have to be done. But in order for you to really feel peaceful, think the way she thinks, and breathe the way she breathes, you have to know the darkest moment on earth. The darkest moment. You have the most disdain, most fear, the most desperate for everything to be complete.
I'm glad you were all able to share that experience.
I am the only person that you are doing currently in physics. I truly believe that only way that you will embody through them.
Could have been luck. Or post-imprisonment rage.
Bonus points.
You actually have to study that. Let me say something that will be indifferent. And in order to do that, I have to pretend to be someone else. But not to just like that.
Blonsky held on to that fob, even in death. I say keep it.
5,000 grams of carbs! That is going to translate into some serious gains.
Blonsky invention. The multi-phase resonator. Use it to find the ammunition. You'll have to connect that multi-phasic resonator to the oscillation calibrator. Yeah, Kanofsky really needed to give her shit shorter names.
Fire sale.
In one ear, out the other.
Does it always take this long? It's been ages.
Kaboom!
At last, a glimmer of positivity.
I want you to know, when all this fuckery is over, I'll miss you most of all.
I could be persuaded to crack that code for the right price.
Oh, so in tech world and we're just random things, huh?
Double points.
Look, if you weren't here, you had it coming.
I'm lots of things. Code breaker ain't one of them.
Insta-kill.
What? No tip.
Look after your body, and your body will look after you.
Tarnowski's files describe a power unit she called ammunition. It appears to be missing. Easy.
Seeing some craniectomies done here. Never thought I'd perform one. Lighting Molotov. This must be that throw stick Harbour told me about.
Multi-phasic resonator calibrated. Target located. Global coordinates.
Goddamn. By the way, encrypted more Tanofsky files. Janus Global Ops developed an artificial intelligence called the Synaptic Algorithm Module. I want access. Just think of all the secrets it knows. Science so Sisyphean. Use the resonator to pull that thing into our dimension. It appears to be in a plasma state. It may require several phase changes to solidify.
I know it's a big change, but you'll get used to it.
Max ammo.
Name smoke.
Everything is open. Always. Fixing. My legs put myself asleep. So cold and alone. Look as far as I could. There was no reason to.
Insta-kill.
The water splashed against my face. And then my arms and my legs grew heavy with exhaustion. And that's when I began to sink. Terror struck me like lightning. That was it. Magic had come upon me. It wasn't until the fifth time I pulled up on it that I realized I could sit there. Yes. Yes, the water filled my mouth and filled my lungs, but just a week ago. How was this? How was this?
It has entered a gaseous phase. One step closer to solid.
Don't make me do it again. I couldn't. Already. Okay, that is definitely not normal marine fauna.
Max armor.
Look, if you worked here, you had it coming. I'm calling this a temporary setback. Eyes on enemy. Forget it. Never mind. Waypoint marked. Screw it. Forget it. Never mind. These coordinates marked. I'm angry at myself more than anything. Tagging multiple left. Forget it. I see a horde. Screw it. Never mind. Tag. Forget it. Group of enemies hit. Never mind.
fuzzy humor there.
Talk about perfect timing. Took it that right up, didn't I? I've got ammo and 6 years of pent-up rage. Who else wants some? enjoy the anticipation. Not a good psychological indicator. Marking target location. Bloody hell! Did anyone see that? Bloody corpse has got the better of me. Coordinates marked. Oh, that's far worse. They didn't quit then either.
Fire? Why fire? Ah, just make it solid.
Hello, little one. Are you friendly?
artificial intelligence Panofsky's files mentioned might be our ticket off this island. I don't know how aware it is, but if I lay on the old peg charm with some binary sweet talk, might just tell us what hole Richtofen crawled into.
That was quick. Especially the bit where you went from on to off.
Shame Panofsky didn't live to see this. Oh well, she's dead, we're not.
Fire sale.
Come on now. Spit out some nonsensical bollocks already. I'll have you shredded and made into bog rolls. Well, aren't you just the little ray of sunshine inside this wayward reality? In one ear, out the other.
Kaboom!
Bollocks! Good as new. Well, you know, good as I'll ever be.
The hard drive is deep. I'm afraid this will not be an easy extraction.
My dad used to say, a full hell away from death. I see him. Eyes on enemy. Bullseye!
Double points.
Another bitch somewhere is crapping out this midnight snack.
Blast trap out. I've never had thin skin, but somehow it feels thicker.
Bonus points.
I'm not paranoid, but are you all out to get me? Consider that your final warning. This drive is pretty much inedible. I swear, if you two don't have the proper slot to plug that into...
Max ammo.
Found him. He is in a holding tank in the biolab. I'll unlock the viewport so you can talk to him.
I wasn't worried. Not even a little bit. A lady should always be proper. And I just proper stopped you. I'm sorry.
It's gotten so bad.
Hold on, okay?
And the knuckle draggers who ran security must have had a failsafe to remember the keypad code. Splendid. The chamber is now unlocked. Engage release valves simultaneously to release poor Nathan.
Here's your waypoint.
At this point, I'd be just as happy to inject something into my eye. This'll keep me in fighting form. Excellent choice, Fox. I'm warning you, Box. I have a book of matches in my pocket. This might call for some creative thinking. That's always fun.
Max armor.
Right to that spot.
Oh, I love science.
Okay, Maya. You ready for the family reunion?
Oh my god. He's already past saving. Yuck! Like a rotten watermelon falling off a shelf.
We're family.
Back down!
Kill me. You'll bring alone.
Us Brits come from sturdy stock.
Okay, I found the protocol to access the Janus AI system. I'm gonna need you to input the command via a PC in the communications room. Got it? Chop chop!
Read the room, Peck. I'm Roman friends, and right now, you're not making any new ones.
Fire sale.
key card. Most promising. So many locks. So many possibilities.
I was trying to fix your teeth, but I might have gone a bit too far.
Bonus points.
If it helps me aim, I might not have to look at them quite so much.
Kaboom!
Shit. The island's connection to Janus HQ has been physically cut. The network cables could be manually reconnected, in theory. Yeah, maybe they'll get lucky and find some node connectors.
Full power. Bye-bye.
These should really come with some sort of
Double
warning.
points.
Seen some craniectomies done here. Never thought I'd perform one. close. Could you get me off the sodding ground? Group of enemies, forget it.
Bye.
Enjoy!
October 23rd, 1990. Even if I didn't know when it happened, I was still making any trouble. But since regret's been too busy gnawing at me, so I started spending my nights searching for evidence of things. Things I found. Dear God, what's being done here? I'm pretty fucking sure if you checked my entry ticket to hell, you'd find guilt by association stamped all over it. Whatever. Damage done. The important thing is, my transfer's been approved. And I sure as shit won't be leaving empty-handed. As soon as I'm out of
earthquake hit every Project Janus facility. Whoever you hope to contact is already dead.
Bring back my inversion warheads or I swear I'll...
You'll do nothing. And I'd rather die than return to that island.
This is a classified network. Identify yourself.
My name is Strauss. My associates and I need urgent assistance to escape this facility.
Strauss? Oscar Strauss? Or the others with you?
Yeah. That sounds more like a person than a computer.
You are speaking with the Synaptic Algorithm Master. Call me Sam.
Explain yourself. Why do you sound like Agent
If anyone bet against us getting this far, I hope they lost a fortune.
The true Samantha Maxis sacrificed herself to save your world.
Yeah. May she, rest in peace.
Do not worry, Pat. I do not share her grievances. My priority is to get you all off that island.
Well, if you can hijack Modi's mini-sub, we can get back my warheads and make our getaway.
I can do that, but I will need your assistance. Everyone gather at the guard station.
Max armor.
Move your ass, people. Modi could be halfway to Japan by now.
Oh, as Dad used to say when shit went wrong. Hell's bells and buckets of blood. Starting to think you and I will get along just fine.
Insta-kill.
So, what exactly did you mean when you said Maxis was your source code?
The director based my programming on scans of her brain. He hoped to replicate her remarkable abilities.
Look, if that thing can help us, good. But this will be hard to get used to. Sending incendiary! You got here in the nick of time. That was what we call a narrow escape.
Double points.
calling this a temporary setback.
Once Mobley saw is dealt with, I want to discuss Agent Max. She may not be lost forever.
Oh, come on. He's gotta be dead by now.
In one ear, out the other.
Insta-kill.
Look at that. It worked.
2 more. Remember, time is not on our side.
Surely you know you're wasting your energy. But by all means, try to hack my systems.
Connection established. Overriding submarine controls.
In your fucking face, Modi. Damn you.
See you soon, Modi. You're gonna get a proper welcome. I'll make sure.
So, you convinced the synaptic algorithm module to assist you. Well, I have a little remote control surprise of my own. Authorization code RM75. Activate Apocalypse Protocol.
Arming self-destruct system. Commencing countdown to thermonuclear detonation.
Oh dear, I'm afraid the entire island will soon be vaporized. Sam, can you deactivate the detonator?
No, and you don't have time to reach minimum safe distance. Your only option is to deactivate them manually.
We'll see how you insufferable bastards like this. A rotten watermelon falling off a shelf.
You took the detonator offline. How very clever. But believe me, your efforts are in vain. Your courage in the face of futility is admirable. No, really. Or is it just desperation?
We only made that for the skin.
Apocalypse protocol deactivated.
Oh, shit. You actually did it.
I am directing Dr. Modi's submarine to the docking area.
Splendid. The door to the dock on the lower floor of the biolab. Roll out the welcome wagon. Just don't damage my warheads.
Self-preservation wins again. Waypoint marked. Oh, that was painful. I am not ready to quit just yet. How about you?
Here's your waypoint. You got it.
Marking target location.
Marking location. Spot. Cancel that. 6 that. Hostile, cancel that.
Welcome back, Dr. Modi. We'll be taking that submarine now.
Beck! You're an idiot! And these thugs of yours are less than idiots. None of you can begin to appreciate the things I accomplished here. You aren't qualified to pass judgment.
Station 13. Oh no, this is not my fault. Hey, boots on the ground, we're all rooting for you.
We have seen some evolutionary freaks before. This takes the biscuit! Thank you. Dying would have been a significant kink in my day. Thanks, Maya. A few more seconds and I'd have been shot.
That's for Nathan. Any of you hot shots want to beat my high score? Bodhi would have just used you to pass anyway.
Serves you right for gobbling up my warheads! I would not celebrate just yet.
Cheers, mate. It's on me. Listen, fuckers. Efficiency is key when running a business. This is me being efficient.
Max ammo.
Beats the hell out of shooting lawn gnomes with an air rifle. That was close. Cheers, mate. It's on me. You nerds see that? I'm just warming up, baby.